Alright, let's not take forever. We have a finite amount of time on this earth. And also, as I mentioned, I'm self-employed now, so I've been going through the joys of figuring out how much I should spend on health insurance. It's expensive, especially out in this area. It seems like half-decent health insurance will be about $500 a month. Oh. I don't know what caused that. Oh, shader stutter, probably. It feels dark here. Like, it feels like the lighting is bad. Why is... Oh, it's because it's evening. It's sunset. Why is the sun gone, but the sky is still blue? Mysterious. Oh yeah, I added sound effects. So we'll listen to those soon. But I'm going to figure out... I'm going to tune the day-night cycle, because I want it to be... So... I don't like how this color looks. And that's in... It's a very janky place. The environment has, like, textures. Yeah, I have to move the blending, I think. And then this has to be, like, synced up, I think. Yeah, like, look at that. This should be, like, orange here. How is it? How is there not an orange color? Wait, hang on. What gradients do I have here? You know, I think this gradient is so bad that what I'm gonna do instead is I'm just gonna change how my sky works. If I'm doing visual work, I might as well do that. Because let's see, that's here. I'm gonna rename this to, like, gradient, and then I'm gonna make a new one. Did that not take? No, it did. Okay, duplicate skybox gradient 2D. Okay, so this one we're just gonna have one gradient, and we're gonna have a, well, actually we still need well, I guess I'm just gonna call this, like, our like X chord, or UVX. No, what would it be called? UVU? Okay. So UV is going to be the vector of the direction and the U axis. And we don't need override gradient, don't need the override value. We're just going to set this to G1. Okay. And that means, so my beautiful sky will have a new skybox texture. And our animation player, our day-night animation player, will no longer have these gradients. There, we just have the stars. Oh, I guess I see now. Yeah, we don't have any of these. Actually, what? Weird. Oh, I see. It sorts these, I think, by the recency they were added. So those 3 skybox parameters were added more recently or whatever. Very strange. Okay, so this is gradient 2D, shader parameters. So I want to make a new gradient texture 2D. And we now need to figure out how this works. Because day-night, the way that the day-night is set up is noon is 0. So now what I'm going to do is, in here, we just animate this. So I need to also figure out how to repeat this. Mirror repeat, maybe? No, we just need to repeat it. Ooh. I think I just need to make sure that the gradient is always the same on either side. I wonder if I can figure out how to, like, set that up properly. I guess I'll do no repeat. Well, oh wait, this lets me see that last border there. Yeah, because if we do no repeat, it does that. If we do repeat, it does this. So that'll help a little bit. But okay, let's start with a lovely... Oh yeah, we also need use HDR. Oh wait, I just realized this doesn't let me do what I want. What I want is a 2D texture that is essentially an array of gradients, but this is still just one gradient, just on a 2D axis. I mean, I guess I can kind of fake it, almost. Like, you know, we do like this. You know, you can see how this isn't gonna work at all. We would have to have it, first of all, like this. Yeah, how do we make a 2D gradient that will properly work? I think my only hope is to use Krita. So yeah, instead of this, we will not have that. We will just have an image texture. There we are, Krita. Okay. So this will be, let's splurge on this one. I think a 64 by 64 texture. You know, breaking out the big dollars here. Oh wait, but we can't do HDRs in Krita. I guess I could do like a multiply by 2. Actually, can I make HDR images in Krita? So painting in HDR. Since 4.2 Krita cannot just edit high bit depth images. Oh, okay. It's not oh, it doesn't just edit them. It can also render them on the screen in a way an HDR capable setup can show them as that. Okay. Painting in HDR. To create an HDR image, you need to make a canvas using a profile with Direct 2020. Gamut. How do we save... Okay, so we can export a PNG or EXR. Okay. Why am I using a micro USB with, like, exposed wires for my controller? Ah, well. I don't even need the controller right now, so I don't know why I have it in my hands. Okay, I don't know how to, I don't actually know how to set a profile. For painting in the new scene, check the scene linear painting. Previously referred to as HDR painting and scene referred painting. Yeah, I don't know how to create the canvas. I guess we create a new image, and then it's gonna be, okay, here. We need Rec 2022, or 2020. Is that the right one? Yeah. Okay, which means its pixel is 32-bit. Alpha, I think we need depth. I think we're just gonna do 32-bit float. Okay, so how do we can we do higher than this? So, like, can I do, like, 2 or 3? Okay, I can manually edit things in here. So we're going to start from white. So yeah, let's call this noon. Also, I should have... Oh, whoops. I should have considered lowering the volume when I started the stream, but oh well. Okay, so noon. We need, this one is also going to be 111, but also probably 2 and 1.5. Huh? Why is this not working? I could have sworn it was working, wasn't it? Like, I could put 3 here, and then it would do things. So how do we paint values that are hype? So painting in HDR. For painting, scene linear painting. So it's a type of color space. So I think what I need to do is just I think I just need to set a color as white. So I'm just going to set 0.5 as white. So we can go up to 2. So yeah, this mid-tone gray will be our 2. And then this will be like 0.5, 0.75. So yeah, there's our noon color. So let's try saving this as... Hang on, let's see if Godot can support HDR images. High dynamic range. Yeah, because we need... yeah, let's call this Sky Gradient 1. Or Sky Gradient, let's just call it that. So, like, HDR PNG. So, do we have support for precision related? So, no HDR. So, which one? Okay, so HDR supports HDR. EXR. Okay, good. So, we can do EXR. Okay, so let's slap that in here. It doesn't... It's not here. It says that it supports them. Oh, okay, I see. It just took it a while. Okay, EXR. Why did this not work? Output. Condition, error file corrupt. Okay, let's try this again. Let's flatten the image. Okay, that was it. It doesn't know how to handle layers. Okay, and now we have this. And we can see that it doesn't do that. So I'm also going to have a... let's have just the shader itself handle this. Uniform float brightness. hint range 0.1 to like 2, like, I don't know, 10.0 equals 1.0. And this will be brightness times G1. Okay, now we can do that. And also I'm seeing that I've made a mistake of doing that, because what I actually want. Something like this. It's a 32... Oh, it's because it's a 64 by 64 texture. I was about to get mad. I was like, it's a 32-bit float. How could it not be precise enough? But no. Okay, so now I'll need to figure out how to actually set things properly for what I want. I mean, this game doesn't even support HDRs. You know, what if we just... I'm just going to set it to 1. Oh, I see. I see. It's no longer this way, it's this way. So we were just looking at plain white. Okay, there we are. And then we can set this to 2. And then it does what I want. For some reason. I don't know why that's the case, but oh well. But okay. And then we'll need... Let's put some more gradients. So, like, in the middle here, at midnight, we need black. I think it's going to be a very deep blue. This will be interesting to figure out, because now I can do a lot more, like, fine-grained control. Do, like, let's do a deeper purpler color. Something like this. And then, can we use... Okay, we can just erase it with a gradient here. Oh, I see. Is this a bilinear gradient? I don't want bilinear. Okay, so basically what I want to see is a very brief moment in time. So if we go through this, we should see it slowly turn to midnight. Boom. It's flipped, turned upside down. Is it turned upside down? Wait, I don't... Yeah, it is. Wait. Why is it the other... Why is it flipped? UV V scale. Actually, let's just say Vec2 UV scale. Okay. Oh, wait, I just realized, I guess this is fine. We'll just have a, like, a repeat here. So gradient will be, repeat enable. Okay, so it's blue at the bottom, white at the top. Makes sense. That means that also what we should do here is filter layer, transform, mirror vertically. Okay. So now we're slowly getting there. So you can see it's all beautiful and purple. Now what I want is a deeper black. Should be black for longer, I'd say. And then maybe like a dark blue. And let's just redo it. Make it very subtle. How is it so gray, though? Yeah, because look at how low the saturation... Oh, maybe it needs to be, like, linear? Maybe we have to do gamma correction? Of, like, you know... how this 2.2... There's no... Huh? I thought there would be a power operation. Maybe Vec 3. There we are. There we go. Now I can see what I'm looking for more. Yeah, so I'm just going to have this as a gamma. Uniform float gamma hint range 0.1 to like 20. Let's just say to like 5 equals 2.2. There we are. And then I can make this a bit more reasonable, I think. So like we can have this go up to like here. And then like, I don't know, maybe make it a little bit brighter down here. And then we can fiddle with this. Boom. Midnight. I still feel like it's like... Well... Yeah, now you can see, though, all of the lighting is kind of messed up. I see what it should do. It should do times... So maybe the brightness times this down here. Times texture, and then we do this. And so that way, if we do 2.2 here, that looks more correct. We do our HDR correction, and then we do the gamma correction. And then we can see things like this now makes more sense. Okay. I'm also going to move this to look a little nicer. Like we sample the texture, and then we do the brightness and gamma there. Okay. And that means that we can also move this a little bit more upward. Let's try that. It's gonna take me a while to get into the habit of like exporting that every time. Why is this so like... Okay, that seems like a nighttime color. And then if we go to the day-night cycle, let's make sure that this is actually hitting at the appropriate time. Oh, wait, did I not even set this? Okay, where is 12? Let's go to 12 exactly. Now that is the color of a night sky. Look at that. Beautiful. And we get lots of blue, because it is pretty bright down here. So we get tons of that. And then I think right halfway between, so right here, we should have like a beautiful sunset. And this is going to be... I guess let's just... do like right there. And then, we'll figure out sunrise later. But okay, I want a dark purple. Like that. And then maybe a beautiful yellow. There we are. And then we could also start fiddling with, like, eventually we can do more, like, sophisticated things with, like, the horizontal colors as well. There we are. This needs to be, let's move this a little bit. Because I want it to be like 5 p.m. Yeah, okay, that's about right. So yeah, now we can see the colors are starting to pop. And then right here, I think I want a color, so a little band in between these two, where it's more purple. So let's do bilinear. And I'm just going to put a little thing right in here of like dusk. In fact, I'm going to move this even a little bit further. It's like we have like we have like one moment of something else. But okay, let's do like a... yeah, I think this plus linear this way. Without any of this, obviously. But okay, let's see where that's timing is at. Oh, this is not what we need. EXR. Back to EXR. I made a horrible mistake. So yeah, we just needed to turn yellow right at the right time. No, this needs to be earlier. Yeah, because I want it to be right as the sun sets, we start to transition into this new, brave new world. That means this also needs to be... It goes to sunset very quickly, actually. Well... we can go... I think what I want is now, let's get midnight. I think midnight needs to last a little bit longer. Oh wait, we should do, something like this. Oh. Okay. Boom. Then it goes to our debug thing, and then it's night for a comfortably long amount of time, and then it goes back to day. Interesting that it went the opposite direction, though. When did that happen? Oh, I see, because we did not loop it back to 1. We went to 0.5 and then back down to 0. There we go. And then it loops back around. So yeah, I think next we'll be making the sunset a little bit more graceful. So like here, it should still be not quite so red yet. And then here, it's nice. And then here, I want a more blue into purple is what I want here. So like we'll do like a dark blue. I think I want it so brighter than this purple here. Actually, I want it to be, I think, a greenish blue. Like that. And then we'd have like a very dark purple up here. It feels like the texture, or it feels like that's just not correct. But oh well. Okay, let's do a gradient all the way down and then a black gradient. I think it'd be nice if it actually got even more. So like if there was briefly a moment. What if I just, hang on, why is my tablet not working? Is this thing, is my tablet just broken? Is it not plugged in? What's happening? Hang on. It was plugged into a port that just wasn't on. Why did I do that? But okay, I want a little bit of this kind of like streaking through the sky. Why did this, huh? I was somehow able to paint over the layer. Oh well. Okay. We need very bright yellow, just a little bit of it. And I gotta remember this also. This will now move through the sky. Why is my frame rate no longer interactive? Oh, my middle mouse button. My mouse just isn't working anymore. Is it because of the tablet? Does the tablet break it? No. The tablet has nothing to do with this. Okay. I wish my tools just, like, worked. Like, I don't like how Godot will sometimes just, like, no longer be able to use the mouse. But also, I'm going to take this, I'm just going to copy the opaque. And that way, I can, like, do something here instead of, like, fiddling always. So now you can see my machinations in motion yet again. But okay. We'll hope for properly working mouse to be consistent. Okay. Beautiful. We can see how it turns red and then slowly goes down and then turns into that. And then the sun goes and then it turns darker and darker until eventually we will then need probably right about... So once it starts going, that's good. That's the right thing for it to do. We now need dawn. And I think maybe here we can still do a bit more of like, you know, some other colors. Maybe turning this yellow or what, like turning from... Yeah. We can figure out these gradients a bit more. And I can like manually paint over them and make pretty patterns and stuff. Though it is limited in the sense that like the gradient can't like change things on like one side of the sky. It's just a gradient from the top to the bottom. I somehow nailed the direction of the sun pretty well. So it's like... And then that... Yeah. Next step, at about 3 in the morning... Where's the moon? Okay. So that's about 5 a.m., 5:30 a.m. it comes up. So yeah, let's turn it... I think I'm gonna do... Oh wait, let's make midnight. Like that. Because midnight's the one that I know. How is this so messed up? Let's try debugging the times. Oh. So yeah, let's just figure out where exactly we want this to be. I like that sky. Oh yeah, mouse broke again. So it's something to do with alt-tabbing. It just, like, breaks the mouse. And so I can't, like... It tanks the frame rate of animation playing, and also I can't, like, click half the buttons. I think it's something to do with, like, if I alt-tab while holding the mouse or holding the button, it never registers that I've released the mouse. And so it thinks I'm holding the mouse. So, like, let's say if I'm holding middle mouse, and then I alt-tab. And then I come back. No, that didn't do anything. Well, then I'm out of ideas. Okay, let's see what the timing is. So when does it turn pink? So this is about 1 a.m. I want it to be darker for longer. Yeah, because actually, right here is when it should... Like, right when this color ends is almost where we should start changing into that color. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff. Okay. Let's do... Can I, like, Oh, wait, no. Midnight. So I'd say a little bit before then, we start changing into other colors. Man, we're gonna have, like, so much dead air, basically. So I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do with all of this stuff. Because, yeah, look at this whole, like, universe of possibilities here. Yeah, so I think about here, then. I mean, I guess it makes sense that half of the day would be dark, because that's the half of the day where there's no sun. Okay, so let's see now. Did I time this correctly? So now, It's getting a little bit brighter. Actually, we could do a little bit sooner, because I do already have that design where, oh, wrong thing. I already have that fog there. So I want, yeah, that seems about right. We can see the fog getting brighter right when the sky starts getting brighter. And actually, I like the pink. You know, until here we'd have like a bright blue or a bright blazing yellow for the sun. So yeah, this is now dawn. And right here, let's get the sunset time in the correct place as well. Or sunrise. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, we need to re-import the EXR. Okay, there we go. Turns into a beautiful green somehow after... What is happening here? I think it's interpolating between the two colors for a little bit. Yeah, it slowly interpolates between the yellow and the green. Or between the pink and the green. Okay, but this has to be much earlier. Long story short. I think like this, basically. Alright, I keep forgetting. I still see... Dang, we have like 0 time. Yeah, we hit like dusk, and then we hit... Who knew? The dusk was a very short period of time. Okay, so this is now where dusk happens. And then... there... Okay. So yeah. I think now we need to figure out what the colors of dawn and dusk are. And I'm thinking, I really do like this pink color, so I'm going to do kind of something like this. Oh, wait, no. Then what if we have a little bit of blue coming this way, basically? And then I'm thinking a little bit of yellow coming from maybe this way? No, that's not right. This way. I want it to be more horizontal. Let's see what this feels like. So we should get a beautiful sky here, and then it should turn just the most awful shade of green. But yeah, what we'll need here is also, awkwardly enough, oh wait, I guess bilinear here. Basically like this, and then like this, to smooth it out. Isn't there actually a time of the day where there's like a green flash? But okay. Then we have our sun, or a moon, which is, you know, I think now what I can do with the moon, and it'll be a good enough approximation. Hang on, why can't I click the moon? The moon has a custom material, and what we can do is disable ambient lighting, and then it's black. Because now we don't do any beautiful sky colors with it. Well, we kind of do. But yeah, someday I'll make it look nicer. But yeah, for now, that'll be good enough because the sky is basically black. And then also I'm going to switch the direction of this light, so that way we can actually see the sun. Or see the moon. Oh wait, no, the moon is invisible. Why is the moon already invisible? I guess that's fine. Yeah, I want this to be facing this direction. So that way we get a good shot of the moon as it swooshes by. And it's some sort of gibbous moon, at least from one direction. Okay, and then now we need to just figure out what to do with this green, quote-unquote. I think we have a beautiful purple start to appear and then fade into... Oh, wait, no. Linear. Wait, we should probably have, like, that be our main color. Probably a rich blue. And it starts from a rather dark purple to match the aesthetic here. Probably just barely like this. Yeah, now I need to figure out how to actually get all these gradients working. And then orange will slowly show up here. Maybe more like this. And then we have black that's going the opposite way, where it's like this. And then maybe actually something more like this. Let's turn from orange to blue. Well, that's not quite right. This looks a bit more right. And then we turn a bit more into this as time goes on. Yeah, a bit like that. And then I'd like a bit more of this. Maybe like right here. Then we wait until the sunrise, and then it's already... Oh, I see. The yellow is not high enough. Well, I can just move this whole thing up. Nope. Do this again. I'm going to turn this dark. Or more like this again. And then a bit darker. And then a bit more like this again. So that way we get this absorbing properly. Okay, there we go, I think. So we should see the sun slowly rise up. I don't know why it didn't, like, I don't know why the yellow... Oh, I see. I kind of see. I think this isn't going high enough. So it should be more like this. No, this. Actually, what if we put this before... No, that's not what I want. I think this is what I wanted. Okay, and then as we get more into the day, we should have this fade out more to be like, I think here it should slowly start to turn into perhaps like a yellow color, like down here, and it should turn into like more of a dark blue or a dark purple or something like that. And maybe this is more of a darker blue, like this. And this could be like purple like that. And then we need some orange and reds in here, like right here, I'd say. In fact, we could have a bit more of the sunset colors as well. And then they slowly temper down into more of these colors. In fact, we can probably start to mix in a little bit of that into here. You know, and like start mixing these a little bit more. And it's important to remember that each of these will be each vertical line will be its own frame, or will be its own gradient of the sky. And so over here, what I'd like, for example, is probably to turn this into a bit of a lighter, like, purple? No, more of a greenish blue, like, actually, I think more like this, more deep blue. Like that. And then we can do, for example, a bit of yellow here to like sort of diffuse the sunlight as it comes down. And then I want this to actually go down a little bit. So let's go back to midnight. Let's have it go something like this. Then we might have like a smidge of brighter purple, slowly working its way up. Yeah, in the middle here we have like a very low period. Otherwise, we have some ever so slightly like this color. So you're doing like that, and then doing like this, and then doing like this. There you go. Let's see this in action. There we are. Doesn't that look lovely? Actually, I think the big thing is that once it gets up to about here, it should slowly, like this should actually just start going back down. So let's go back to sunrise. And we're gonna slowly start to like fade it out about here, I'd say. Yeah, that seems a bit more likely. And then dawn. Does this dawn do anything for us anymore? It does a little bit. I'm gonna cut it off about here. And then we'll have this really give us like those richer colors of like, oh wait, we need this to be, oh wait, we need to just be horizontally mirrored. So yeah, we'll just need to like erase about here, I'd say. That seems about right. And here I'm gonna have this diffuse a little bit more yellow toward this way. See what I'm going for? There we go. See, now it's a bit more like the sun is rising. Beautiful day. Noon. Perfect noon. I think I could make this a bit brighter though. Like, this is a pretty low saturated color. So let's do like, I want more blue. Maybe a bit less green though. Yeah, I'd rather go a bit too saturated than not saturated enough, I think. Yeah, let's see this sunset. You can see getting into the afternoon. It's 3 p.m. It feels a little bit dark for 3 p.m. Yeah, this is at 4 p.m. This is what it looks like. A bit whack, but I mean, that's what the sun says. It says it sets at 6. And then I like the deep blue that we get on everything here. And then we see like this. And throughout the course of the night, it gets subtly different. The colors don't change that much though. And then as it gets lighter, we can see a little bit of that light coming up over the horizon. I'll probably adjust the fog to match that a bit better. But then we got a triumphant sunrise right there. And then all is right in the world. The sun is back in the sky. And we see how the sun gracefully does what it does. Okay, so now we have a much more like fun way of handling these gradients. Admittedly, I could do better, but it'd take a lot more work. And now the main thing that it feels like the sun's going awfully fast. Hang on. Why is this? It feels like the day-night is too fast now. Like, did you see how fast it was changing? Then we got the sun, or we got the moon. Which is definitely a moon that's behind the sky, not just an orb that's in front of it. I like how light it is now. Like, it still reads as night, and like if you take a photo, the flash is still very prominent. But now you can actually like see things pretty easily. Because before I was having troubles where people couldn't see anything. And also you can hear a little bit of those sounds. I just have a digital camera that I was like playing with. So like these are actually the menu sounds from it. I think I like them low key like that. And the stars, they should probably not be so bright. Because I'm now doing a lot of crazy things to the star shader. Like we take the length of the color, square it, divide it by 3, subtract 2, add the strength. And then we eventually do a POW of the strength times brightness times 4. And I think what I might do is have this do like 2 instead. Because, yeah, now the stars are so bright that we can't even, like, see anything. Okay, where's day-night again? Okay, taking that to the power of 2 seems a bit more reasonable. Oh, there we are. Yeah, so now you can see... the colors are now a bit weird because I'm doing some things. Let's see, hang on. Yeah. Basically, I'm doing something really weird with the star shaders because I wanted the brighter stars to stay in the sky for longer, which is not a thing that just, like, it does organically. So, like, I have, like, a cutoff, I have exponentiation, I have stuff like that. So let's do, like... You can see, as the stars are here, brighter stars stay longer. So now there's fewer stars in the sky, where before it was just like fading all of the stars out evenly, where in reality, you know, some stars are just exponentially more bright than the other ones, which I just don't have in my system. So I'm trying to fake it with the shaders. I guess something I could do is I could just have an HDR color for the stars. I'd have to regenerate them, though. But yeah, this seems like it'll be much more readable throughout playing the game. And I'll probably make the day-night cycle shorter and have the ability for the player to, like, wait. What else was I going to do? Oh yeah, furniture. That's our actual process today. I spent an hour fiddling with the night sky, and I didn't even, like, think about the fact that, like, what I'm actually doing or intending to do. I think the fog comes in at about the right time. It's like, it's as if the sun is shining through the air, like, just out of view, you know, just across the horizon. And then, let's see that sunrise. See if it actually, like, feels sensible. It's okay. The sun itself needs some work. I need to put, like, a big thing around it. And we can see that the yellow of the sun is actually trailing significantly behind it. Ah, well. Yeah, because by the time it gets up to here, we shouldn't have, like, that yellow band. Okay, and this feels like 8 a.m. Still not quite fully bright, but it's, you know, getting the warm colors. The stars are settling in, being masked by the sun's brilliance. Oh, whatever we're listening to has bird sounds. Those are not in the game. The river is, though. And my headphones, as usual, are flipped. Yeah, and other minor things, the textures. I added dirt textures so you can see where the river is. Okay, we gotta start designing houses now. Get update status. Wait, what did we do here? I don't know. There's something wrong with GitHub. Or there's something, not GitHub, Git itself, where it doesn't know how to handle submodules properly. So anytime I pull, I'll often have an update here where it essentially thinks that I've, like, gone backwards, like, on purpose, and not pulled the changes for it and then committed the not changes. So where it says new commits, that actually just means it hasn't pulled this update. And I don't get it. So git add dot git commit m sky gradient rework. Because yeah, now I have a lot more fine-grained control, but also a lot more work to do whenever I change the sun. Or change the sky, I should say. Well, admittedly, it's actually not that much more work. Before, what I was doing was some weird thing where I had to make the gradients by hand, but then I also had to, like, put them in the animation player because it could only do 2 gradients at once, so I had to, like, flip between which gradient was which. It was a terrible system. And this isn't a whole lot easier, but it is, like, I can see what it's going to be, and I can just edit it, which is more than I could say of what it used to be. But alright, let's start with the old man. So what I'm thinking is, he used to live in one of the larger houses like this one, but then he sold it when his wife died, and he moved into this house. And so we're going to have... This is going to be kind of a bachelor pad. And the other houses, I'll actually need to change their layouts, because I need to, like, make them actually look like houses. But okay. Flip-flop some stuff here. Just gonna have, probably a one... So do people even make one-bedroom houses anymore, or are they all like McMansions? Let's look up one-bedroom house. It'll probably be a 2-bedroom house, actually. Floor plan. So we want something that's kind of long, like this. I kind of don't mind that. Actually, let's do... on a separate layer. So that way I can have, like, a porch and things. So yeah, do I have any particular attachment to this spot? Or, like, this being the porch? I guess not really. In fact, I'd prefer if his whole front of his house had a porch. And that would mean, basically... Let's go up a layer. Let's bring this in. I hate that it has multiple windows. Yeah, so we'd have, like... roof like this. To have a porch. So, like, if this is where the porch would be... I think it would make more sense if the roof was a consistent size, and then there'd be, like, a littler, less steep roof for the porch itself. Boom, like that. Then you have this. And then, I think I'm trying to remember if at my parents' house their porch goes into, or their stairs go into the porch at all. I don't think they do. Yeah, so this kind of the design, the overall shape of the house. Then you have a door somewhere. And then obviously you would lead that into, like, the biggest... Did I just scribble a bunch? Why does it let you paint on hidden layers? Oh, well. Let's save this to wherever I'm saving this to. Kitty found a camera. Project, concept art, house, Oldman. You wouldn't want the bathroom on the opposite side of the kitchen, because then you'd have to walk through it. I do think this makes sense. You know, maybe having the kind of open floor plan thing would be a good idea. So yeah, little bathroom. And he's an old guy, and you know old guys, they want a bathtub. So there would be a bathtub in there. And that means the door would have to be... Where would you put a door? I guess you'd put it, like, here. Actually, do doors typically open from... I think doors can open either from the right or left. Like, it's never consistent. And people just accept it because they know... They can see where the doorknob is, so they know which way the door is opening. I'm fine with a little teeny tiny bathtub or bathroom like that. He washes his hands in the kitchen. He doesn't care. My mouse stopped working again. Oh, I see. It's that Paint hates it. Like, for some reason, Paint will just not let you scroll things when they're at 100%. Well, I guess it's just fucking whenever. It'll just sometimes not let you scroll. And it's very annoying. So do I want to otherwise use this design? I think what I might do is have a door here, and then have like a bedroom here. Seems like a horrendously designed room, actually. Because then you'd have... Oh, yeah, because then you'd have to have the door here instead. And then you'd have the door to his room here. I think he'll do that, though. He's too old-fashioned for, like, them fancy open floor plans. Yeah, I think my main issue... Ah, well. I think now it's going to be faster to actually design this house in Blender. Okay. Oh yeah, I made a little bridge yesterday. Finally deleted, like, my placeholder stuff, so I'm going to start expanding out this area. But okay. Let's hide... Why did I make the like, why did I make this thing part of this? So, like, just grab this. Like, this should be its own separate thing. This will be, like, the house stairs. Where is this, actually? Okay, house 1 dot collision. This... So this is... What is this? Oh, this is just a different house. I guess house 4? Yeah, this will be like house 1 steps collision. Override, yeah. Why is it not available? Okay. In fact, we don't even need these anymore. Dissolve these edges. Because now this is just the floor, and for some inexplicable reason, the roof. I think, honestly, these should just be separated by loose parts. So this is going to be, I guess that's the house. This will be roof 1. Okay, so this thing doesn't even need, like, the siding or the roofing. Okay, and the reason I want that gone is so that now I can control the interior. So let's start with some furniture. Well, so this is already 2 meters, right? So let's do... And I think a bed is going to be less than a meter high, yeah. Because it'd be like... You'd probably want it like 60 centimeters off the ground. And let's say GY -1. So this would be... what would this be? Bed 1 collision. Like, does this feel right to me? Let's see it in action. So decor, interior, bed 1. Let's call it a bed double. And the reason I'm doing that as a separate thing is so that then if I have multiple beds, I can just reuse the material. So now we can link it. Decor, interior, bed double. So, library override, make selected. Library override, make selected in content. Actually, what I need to do, I just realized. Remove this. Can I delete it? Okay. First off, put this in other stuff because we need to actually link the entire collection. And then we do library override make selected in content. And then what I can do is I can't rename this still? Are you fucking kidding me? What is... I don't even remember how to do this then. Troubleshoot. Resync. I think I crashed Blender. Of course I did. Okay. File. Link. Decor, interior, bed double, collection. Okay. Blender. Linked library override move. How do I, like, work with this? Because I've forgotten, apparently. Don't need that. So can't move linked override thing. Yeah. It's like they change how library overrides work every single version. Click collection, make override editable. So library override, make editable. Okay, hang on. Blender 4. Blender 4.5 is already in long-term support? What does this mean? Okay, whatever. Library override. The old proxy system has been deprecated and fully removed in Blender 3.2. Blah, blah, blah. To make an override, make. Okay. So what does making an override actually do? Because it seems like it doesn't do what it used to, which is like the ability to move things. For technical reasons, Blender needs to create overrides of a lot of data blocks, even when only one or two of them actually needs to be edited by the user. To reduce the amount of information, risk of potential unwanted editing, most of these data blocks are now marked as non-editable by default. You can change once the override has been created. How do we make it movable? How do I make it so I can move the data block? Or move the library override? Because, like, how do I... First off, it isn't telling me how I can actually make this, like, movable. Because, like, this, they just keep changing how this shit behaves, and it drives me nuts. Nope, nothing there. Okay. Actually, is it on the collection itself? No, that doesn't have any object properties. Can I right-click this? So, like, instance scene. So, like, I made the thing. I don't know what else to do. Because this crashes it. Blender, move linked object. Blender 4, move linked object. Linked data blocks are not editable. This even includes the location of it, which are blocked by transformation they have in the source file. There are ways around this. If you link a collection with instance collections enabled or some object data with instance object data enabled, the collection will be referenced through an object created inside the current blend file, which can be transformed. I don't know how to create that. You can do some level of editing animating on linked data blocks using library overrides. How do I make it editable? It's like they changed it. Okay, how do I use an instance object then? Okay, I think I need to go back to here. I need to figure out some other way of, like, so objects of linked collection. Asset library. Create a collection of all the props and append that collection to a brand new blend file. No longer the case with library override system taking over those properties. You can, however, move the object to a new collection, then create new instances of that object. Okay, this is going to be out of date, because this is like Blender 2, so it's not going to work. But okay, place an object in the first file, and link that group in the second file. Be able to move the object. Nope. They just changed how... They just keep changing how this stuff works. So you need to go into the overrides view in the outliner, and then select the hierarchies. I don't know what that means. Oh, did they mean outliner? No, I don't get it. Okay. Is there a hierarchies view here? Can I do something with this? Can I, like, do, like, this, and then can I move this? Okay, so I had to override the mesh itself. No, I can't, so I can't move the collection. So, but I want to move the collection, because otherwise, like, this... Okay, can I do like an Alt-D? Okay, so we can move this, and then it's not parented to this, because it should be in here. Hang on, I'm also going to move this into this collection, and then I'm also going to parent these to, like, so let's delete this one. It drives me crazy that I can't delete thing. Can I, if I press X here? Hang on. If I press X in this collection. Okay, so I can't delete it here. I can't press backspace, can't press delete. It's just, and I can't delete it from here. I have to delete it from here, even though it's the exact same object. Blender is a tool that's used... Blender is an industry standard tool. This is an industry standard tool that people use for things like this. Every day, people use this for their jobs, and that's just horrible. A fate worse than death, quite frankly. Okay, this looks like about the right size for a bed, though. On brighter news. Okay, so now the question will be, if I click this, let's see what happens when we, like, import here. Hopefully the collection is not present. But okay, good. There's a bed. Oh, right. But it needs to be the other bed. So we need to go back to bed. New inherited scene. the whole point of doing that, like, reference stuff is so that then I can do, rename this. Can I rename it? How do we rename it? Oh my fucking god. I can't delete it either. Delete hierarchy. Delete everything. Delete this thing. Delete it. I swear to god. I can't even rename a fucking thing. Okay, I need to go back to, like, Blender school and figure out how to, like, do what I want to do. Like, Blender. Link objects in Blender. Because it still baffles me that this is like a completely like such a hyper niche thing that every single time I have to like figure out a new method of doing it. To like bring in an object from another file and move it. And like be able to do basic things like rename it. So links between objects, between scenes or data blocks of the active object to all selected objects. This is not what I want. So yeah, how to properly work with linked files. I'm pretty sure this is from like, 1995, so it won't work. Yeah, this is from 2021. It probably is already out of date, given that I was doing this like 6 months ago and it worked. Okay. Revisiting Blender. So, yeah. Model and asset. Link the model. Link the model with the rig blend. They're doing a lot more stuff than I want to deal with. So pipeline work. So, like many other state, they link the asset into the environment. So yeah, you're a stupid whiner for daring to use Blender in a way that's not intended, such as linking other files into things. Okay, so ID data unlink equals unlink a data block from the owner. So can I like... So what about examples from how to organize projects using the library override mechanism? What is Blender's library override? Okay, so library overrides is a system designed to allow editing linked data while keeping it in sync with the original library data. Most types of linked data blocks can be overridden, and the properties of these overrides can be edited. When a library data changes, unmodified properties of the overridden one will be updated accordingly. The old proxy system has been deprecated, so how do I make it so that the name and the position of a collection can be overridden? Blender, override transform of linked collection. that's worthless. Okay, because it's like, how do we... So if you just mean a simple transform, you can still make linked data a child of another object that can be transformed. No, this is no longer a case. So you can, however, move the collection with a object to a new collection, then create new instances of that object with shift A collection instances. If the linked object is already a collection, it should appear in that list without having to embed it in another collection. Ugh. So how do we transform? So I want to override the transform of the object, because right-clicking and overriding doesn't do anything. Like, is this just a thing that nobody knows how to do anymore? Like, did they change it so much so frequently that, like, it's completely lost knowledge how to, like, import a file and then move the object that is imported? Okay, this one's a little bit more up to date. So it's 2 years ago. So I think it'll still be out of date for our purposes. When linking a collection as a collection instance, you should always have access to that. How do you import it as a collection instance, though? What does that mean? Did I miss a thing? So, instance collections. Create instances for collections rather than adding them directly to the scene. Instance object data. Okay, so I'm doing all the thing. And then we link it, and then I can't fucking move it. What? Now I can move it. I'm gonna cry. Now I can move it and rename it, even though I did this. What does it mean? Because, yeah, now it just works. What did I do wrong the first time? Was it making the library override, like, undid what I did? Like, making it a library override now, like, makes it not editable? Okay, what is the... This operation requires the node cache to have been built. Well, it's not built, so... Okay, and that house no longer has its stuff. Yeah, we got some materials missing now. Okay. Also, I'm seeing that because the HDR is so bright, everything looks like it's full bright. Or at least the white things do. Actually, I may need to turn down the brightness then. Let's go to sky, or no, environment. So if we turn the, oh, I think I could just do like 0.5, like, let's do 0.7 here, so that way we have less brightness from the sky. Actually, does this only affect it? Okay, that only does that. Let's do 0.7 here. And that means the world is a little bit darker. And then here, I'm also going to do a similar thing. Where, let's have the brightness be like 2. There we are. Now everything looks a bit more, less washed out. Because, yeah, now we can actually see the difference between, like, it gets awfully dark at 3 p.m. The sun's already down. Hang on. What is this? Do I need this? I'll just, Oh, what is this? What is this? We have, like, wisps that aren't being used anywhere, I think. I think this must have been... Did I change the layout of something that was important? I don't see anything. Maybe that was from when I changed the layout of this door before, like multiple days ago. But okay, what was I actually trying to do? That completely, like, destroyed my context for what I was intending to do. Oh, the sun. Right. I think it's basically, where's the sun at? So, yeah, the sun should not be gone. So we have the rotation, we have the sun's position. Let's call this sun mesh. Then moon mesh. Yeah, we don't need that. Man. Don't need that either. So when does the sun turn invisible? So that's going to be, like, right before the sun turns invisible. We should have it, like, just barely out of view. And let's say, like, from this height. I guess this is fine. Yeah, because we want the sun to still be visible in the sky. The issue is there's just so many trees. Ah, well. Okay, this area looks okay. Let's check the scale of the bed. Yeah, the bed looks about right. Well, actually, yeah, I guess it's about right. Just up to the player's head. Okay. We have modeled one object. I still, like, don't understand how it was, like, how it... Okay. I'll never understand. I'll never understand Blender. I don't think I'm ever going to be competent at this program. Okay, let's do a solidify. Yeah, 20 centimeters seems about right. Actually, let's do rotation here. And that way I can do local. Also, I just realized I don't really need to do this because the local and global coordinates are the same because I lined up the houses to, like, the real world grid. Oh. So I think we'd want... Nope. Hang on, let's do even thickness complex. So you can also set this here, which does that. So now we also need to figure out the ideal height of a door. That? Oh, I see. We need to have the meeting point. I knew there's something wrong. Okay. So I think here... we want these to be approximately equal to... Hang on, I'm going to do... That wasn't right. There we go. I want to figure out, where is the dang door here? Oh, I see. So yeah, let's keep it consistent with that door. Okay, so would this be a reasonable size for a house? It'd be pretty small. But I don't know, maybe he does most of his stuff out in his garage, or his driveway. In fact, that would make sense if he had, like, his stuff here. And maybe stuff in the yard back here. Because I also need to figure out what I'm going to do for the sculpture soon. So would 60 centimeters be a reasonable counter height? I think... So if this is half a meter tall, where would we want a counter? I'm going to imagine a counter. A counter you would want taller than a bed. And in fact, you'd want the bed shorter than it is now. So that way it's easy to get onto, I think. But yeah, I think a counter would be a meter tall. That's what this height is. For now, let's just lay it out like this. I don't have the, like, mental fortitude to try and, like, dare export another object, or to, like, try and import another object into Blender again. Huh? I thought I made this... Oh, is it, apply scale. What? So these are meter by meter cubes? I thought I could have sworn that I, like, scaled them differently. Oh, maybe it's because they were 2 meters wide. Okay. So I scaled them down to 1 meter cubes. Okay, yeah, let's just try with, like, boxes for now. Would a fridge be any taller than 3 meters? Or 2 meters? I feel like this is already pretty high. Let's also think, like, where would I want a kitchen? In this apartment, or in this little house. I think like this. So that way you could have the space next to the doors for who knows what. Oh. And so let's do counters, collision. Bridge. Collision. Let's have this be like a table. What do you have, like a couch and a coffee table here? That seems like it wouldn't make much sense. I don't know, perhaps a half wall right here. So, you know, this would be the sofa. And then, like, half wall. So that means this would also be down like that. And for now, let's just imagine, or let's just like figure out the scale of things. Or more the positioning of them than like the exact proportions. Right now. Okay, so say we have a little couch here, or a little sofa, little half thing. Put a TV counter here. And then put a little TV on top of this. This is too cramped. But then again, it does sort of fit the style of, like, old guy living alone to have it be all cramped. But okay. This would be TV dash S body thing S body table. Okay. Let's see it in action. Where am I? There we are. Okay. Okay, yeah. Actually, this is kind of nice. This is a cute little place, actually. Yeah, look at that. You sit here, you look at that. And then you come into here, you have a little dining room, you have a little kitchen. Okay, this is actually kind of a nice pad. And then you could have like a little workshop or something here, doing whatever he does for fun. He has a reasonably comfortable bedroom. He has a big closet. That's what that's going to be. He'll have like suit jackets and old newsboy hats. Is there something? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I kind of like this house. I like because I've been, yeah, there's a nice feng shui to like the little entrance area coming into this like cozy little nook here. Yeah, I think the next thing will be figuring out how to occupy this space properly. We'll want some space for the kitchen itself, probably a table right in here, and then either a clear path to the bathroom, probably a table here, decorative table with something, a decorative table here, some more like memorabilia, maybe a shelf right here, and a shelf right here too. I know. A chair, perhaps, here that can then be pulled into here for a more social area. And a reading table. And yeah, we could also have like a shelf here as well. Cabinets, that's another thing that we need. Okay. Our mission is underway. I can't see a damn thing. Wait, no, we should not do that. That, like that. And then also... So if we have our perfect little cabinets like this... Is that... No, we wouldn't have that there. Actually, I would SX. There we go. Then Y. Boom. So that way we can have a shelf of all of his exploits and books and other such things. Would we have a gap here? I guess we would have a gap here. And then let's put a little table. And then we need cube. Actually... So this is 1/2 meter tall. Would we want... What is the height? A comfortable seating height is like 40 centimeters. It could be funny to have some like really fucked up chairs, like that are like extremely tall or something like that, but for now I'm going to go for a more grounded approach. So this is what chair. collision. I think we're gonna have his chairs. He's just gonna have 2 chairs right now. Maybe he has some more in storage or something. But, you know, he's a sad old man. Sad old men need the sad old things, like, you know, chairs for guests that never arrive and things like that. So this is dining table. And admittedly, a lot of these things are going to be bespoke. Like, I went through the trouble of making the bed, like, completely reusable, but, like, it's not, I'm probably not going to reuse it. But, and for scaling and just reference, let's also have, we're just going to have a standard chair here. It'll eventually be more of an armchair. And I think perhaps, nah, that'd be a bit too cramped to have a desk there. Well, no. Otherwise, he doesn't have a thing to put his book on. How's he going to read an old book and be an old man and properly, like, read his old books if he doesn't do that? And then here... probably more books in his room. Probably, like, another shelf. That makes sense. Then last but not least, we need... let's see, there's going to be 8 again. I guess a bathtub does not need to be a full, like, 2 meters long. Like, they're never 2 meters long. You can never, like, fully properly sit in a bathtub. Such is the tragedy of the bathtub. Oop. And I think he will not have one of those safe old people bathtubs that has the door on it. He likes to live dangerously. He will have one of those bathtubs that's squared off, though. Simply because that makes my life easier, because I don't have to model as much. There we go. I think we need this, of course. Oop. There we are. So let's do Mark Sharp here. There we are. I didn't realize Mark Sharp now works with, like, anything. Like, you don't have to set auto smooth and, like, all that stuff. But okay, now we got this. And then we'd have a little sink, a little toilet, a little door. Where do we put the toilet? I guess we'd put the toilet just right here. You know, for now I'm just going to do a chair. Because the toilet will definitely be something that I make, like, generic. So yeah, that's where toilet will be. This will be sinks in 2025. Would we have the sink opposite of the toilet, even though no, because the door is in the way. Yeah, this is a fine bathroom. And I'll need to figure out how I want to address doors, because I think I'll just ignore them. Okay. Look at this, our little house is coming together. It's coming into a place, it's becoming a thing that people would live in. No collisions on the bathtub, but that's okay, we didn't need them anyway. Okay, so I think one shelf would be for books, the other would be for, like, equipment and things, the other would be for more books, probably. Probably have some sort of dresser here. Other gizmos and gadgets, and then this is a closet for all of his other things. And then he'd probably have a shed out in the back with even more room for stuff. All his cool gadgets. I don't know what he'd do with them. I mean, probably whatever he used to make this yard sculpture. Which I still don't know what this sculpture is going to be. Yeah. The next step will be adding, like, a corona around the sun and making it, like, react to the time of day. I think it'll just be, like, an additive blend with a massive gradient. What else do I want? Oh, windows. Windows are going to be good. Because, yeah, now that I know where all of the rooms are, let's put those in. So, I think... What do I do with... What is this little thing? I guess I'll just use that for all the windows. Oop. There we are. So yeah, that's a closet. Here... Wait, why is this all messed up? We need this to be complex. 0.45? Yeah. That seems about accurate. And we'll just have some, like, little windows like this. And then here. I'd say a nice window like that. And then here, a window in between the thing and the thing. The cabinets and the counter. So yeah, we could have all of these be a bit higher so that way this is consistent, where it's like, let's have that about there. And then here, I'm going to make this just a uniquely low window. Ta-da! And then we can put in some other things there. You know, I think I'd like another bookshelf right here. He's a well-read man. He's a man with a lot of things in his life. At least he used to have a lot of things. Also, this feels like it'd be more accurate if it was like this. Let's see, alright. There we are. That's what a TV looks like in this day and age. And I think he'd even have a shelf of, like, DVDs and things. Or, like, VHSs. What if it just goes all the way to the ceiling? And have a similar thing like over here. Actually, you'd also have a little trash can. Actually, I should think about things like that. Trash cans, fire hydrants, utility poles, things like that. Why is this... Hang on. What did I change about... Oh yeah, I changed the wall thickness. Hang on. Changes the 0.4 if it's going to be, like, so different than what it was. Because, yeah, it feels like the simple and complex just have, like, completely different thicknesses. Why do they even have the difference between the two? It feels like they're not even, like... It feels like simple is just, like, the same constraint but not done correctly. Ah, well. Okay, so what is this? This is tub collision. And here, I'll leave this... Let's see. I'll leave this open. Yeah, this house actually looks pretty good. So I think bring the roof back for now. Oh, actually, we should have more windows on this side of the house. Hang on. Cursor to selected. 3D cursor. I guess we don't need... I would want a window in the front, of course. But would we want it, like, right behind the TV? It would be crazy if the only front window was for our bedroom. Does it make sense to have a window right next to this door? Not really. Yeah, this is the most sensible place for a window. It's going to be awkward with the TV, but that's okay. He'll just have curtains. Oh, yeah, and I'm going to make a whole porch for this. So let's do that as well. So we don't even need, like, hang on. Clear... dissolve edges. Make this marginally lower. Actually, I think it makes sense to have... I will have the stairs right here. So basically, like... that, still. Yeah. And then what I'll do is I'll have another little thing that comes down like this, basically. Keep the water off his dang old thing. I'm also thinking... I guess that should be even with that still, though. And then instead we just have, like, these come upward. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. In fact, we should probably have this. Let's have this come out a little bit more, like that. There. Oh wait, no. Mark seam here. Well... where would we put the seam here? But yeah, now this looks more like an actual house. He can put some stuff out here. He can put his chair out here. He can enjoy the day. Maybe this should come out a little bit more, though. Okay. So the steps would be, let's say wood. Yeah, basically good enough. And then the old man, he can be relaxing on his porch, if I can select it. If I can select the old man. I can't select the old man. They simply do not allow me. As he should be somewhere in here. There he is. There we are. Now the old man's on his porch, enjoying the day. I can't select a single thing right. Oh, I know what to do. Center of mass volume. There we are. And now we can have, like, I don't know. Eventually I'll figure this out. Okay, so this is probably going to be siding 2. Roofing 1. Roof 2 material. Yeah, and eventually it'll be correct. What is this one? I think for now the siding makes the most sense, but yeah, eventually that'll be something better. Yeah, there's a weird stutter when the game starts up. But okay, this is good for now. Eventually I'll just have like some distinct like outside material for this. Hang on. What is... Oh, the end table does not have a center of mass properly set. Oh, because the end table isn't defined out here. No, table around. Okay, hang on. Why doesn't this have a material? Let's just say that for now. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, let's put like a tree in here. Let's put like a Actually, let's do... Yeah, I'll just put all these in here. Should I have a tree in his backyard? I think he'd like it. And more trees around the yards and things like that. Actually, I think this would be a better tree, because it's taller, more out of the way. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Putting this beautiful stuff in here. Yeah, let's see. I mean, admittedly, I haven't changed very much. I'm going to put in a little shed. So yeah, I think here as well, there'd probably be another fence that he could use for larger things. Let's do like a selection. Oh. Wait, what? Okay. I'll just ever so slightly move this to imply that there is a door here, but he's choosing not to use it. Because that's for his immensely powerful lawnmower. Or something like that. But okay, plane. Shed. Now this should be let's say 0.1. I think his shed will be slightly taller than this, maybe a little bit longer than this as well. Like that. And then, oh wait, no. Well, no, what I needed was, there we go. Actually, I think the whole thing here, so if we did S-spline, there we are. There's his, like, shed garage thing. And in fact, this should probably be even lower. There we go. So let's have just 2 materials here. Actually, this makes complete sense, having this here, like this. Mark seams. Okay. And this will be where he makes his little sculptures and things. Let's see this for scale. Yeah, so I guess most of this old guy's stuff is going to be... Actually, would he have a garden in his backyard? That could be nice. Yeah, he has a tree. He has a blistering white little shed. Keep like a lawnmower in here and stuff like that. It'd probably have a floor, now that I'm thinking about it. Most places have floors. Close this. I no longer need... I have the answers that I need. Oh, I think there's just uncomfortable periods of silence in a lot of this music. But okay. Cube. How's there? There. Oop. There we are. Let's call it there. That looks good. Alright, so this should be shed, floor, static body. Where is our shed? There. The main thing that now I'm worried about is texturing. But But I guess for now I won't worry about that too much, because I have to design, like, the rest of the houses in the area first. I should also figure out if there's going to be anything, like, gameplay-wise in the houses, since the whole game's about taking photos of things. So obviously, an answer would be to take photos of something in someone's house. I think eventually. But the way that I've been thinking about it is the main story is almost done. Well, it is done, technically. And so I'm just going to put everything in to get, like, an acceptable level of detail, or, like, an interesting level of detail, I guess. Like, now this guy, like, you can see his life right before your eyes. He's going to have books, and he's going to have a little kitchen that's going to be probably not very clean. Little garbage can. I should also think about neighbor things, like, or neighborhood things, like power lights. Oh yeah, the power poles, I wanted them. Those could be cool. Those could add a lot. Because I want, like, a gigantic tower. One of those, I forget what they're called. The big electrical grid things to go down into a substation here. And then that'll be where the power comes from for everything else. Because I think adding the wires will really make the place, like, feel like a place. Yeah, let's also add the little poles. Let's put, so these are, what are these? Pole 1 S body. Pole 2 S body. Also in the house. And eventually you'd also have a little bit of in-between stuff. A rail, a sidewalk, etc. Yeah, I think... I think this is a good start on the layout of the house. The next thing I should do is probably the Weston house, since that's the other one that you can enter right now that actually has things that are important. Yeah, and then I'll make a list of, like, all of the props that I want and probably try to figure out the priority of them. And, like, if I can merge them together and stuff like that. I would prefer this to be much oranger when the sun is rising. Like a much brighter pink until, like, 6 a.m. or something. Oh well. For another day. Yeah, for now, my next step is trying to figure out this house, because it has an absolutely horrific layout right now. Like, because I needed it so that you couldn't go up into the upstairs room until you did a quest, but that meant that, like, there's a wall dividing half the house from the other half, and a door. And it's so abhorrently designed. Also, all of these are, like, just really ugly. the way I laid these out. So I'm going to do a, oh wait, no, this, loose parts. There we are. So this is house 3. House 3 roof. Actually, wait, I don't even need this right now, because I'm going to delete this entire house. Which hopefully there's nothing important attached to it. I should have checked that first. Yeah, I assume... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I assume all these little points right now. Let's move this to not be there then. Let's put it right here. And is Missy in the house? No, she's not good. And this door? No, this isn't the lap door. It's this door. Okay. I'll need to fix this door. This is Weston found. So yeah, let's go to visuals, houses. Is it world stuff? Weston house. Redo, door. Weston found. So yeah, Wilson's house. Oh yeah, yard ornaments would be nice. Let's delete this stuff for now. Well, actually, yard ornaments, shed stuff. So like, sculpting tools, bookshelf, movie shelf, TV, tables, chairs. So there's like the dining chair, sofa, recliner, porch, chairs. He also needs a grill. I think he'd have a grill. Actually, let's just say grill, smoker, lawnmower. Let's say riding mower. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff. Actually, yeah, I think the yard can stay. Everything else, though, is going. So yeah, let's figure out what would I want in a dream home. So it's probably going to be a 2-story house, either basement or going down. Oh yeah, now they're all homeless. Nice. What is this box? What are these boxes? Why did I have those? Oh yeah, also other porch stuff. So let's say... Wait, let's see. Dining table. Coffee table. Bedroom. End tables. Work, shed, work, desk, porch table, I love some tacky, and I'm realizing I can just use stock photos because that's what I do for like half of the things in the game. Like the guy himself is a stock photo. Speaking of, I should probably license the photos or else I'll get like sued or something when I release the game. Because like I keep the watermark in here, but that just makes it more likely that they'll notice that I'm using their photos without permission. But okay. So yeah, perfect house. What do I want? Oh, so is this saved? Yes. Let's do House Weston. So let's see. Let's see. I think they would have a 3-bedroom house. Well, maybe they'd plan for more. 3-bedroom house floor. Because, yeah, I think I'd want... I would like 2 stories, even though... You know, maybe they had more kids, but one of them graduated. So they used to have 4 bedrooms. Because they always keep a guest bedroom. So yeah, 4-bedroom house, floor plans. I like the 2-story look. Can I see this image? So a 9 by 12.5 meter. That seems like it's pretty small. Smart to have that there in like a little space. I think I like having the stairs in this little cubby here. Which one of these is the first floor? I don't like how... Okay, this... I guess this is the first floor. That wouldn't... Oh yeah, obviously, because the garage is here. I like this floor plan, but I'm going to look for other ones. Because yeah, I think there's something good about having a 2-story house. Yeah, because this feels gigantic. Like so much area is being used. Yeah, let's look up 4-bedroom, 2-story house plan. Maybe it should be a basement, because I'm not... It doesn't feel like the right vibe. You know, but then again, I'm also looking for luxury houses, so what if we did, like, new build? Like, I think these just look too lavish. What if we just put in mediocre? A mediocre 4-bedroom, 2-story house floor plan. Bad 2-story house floor plan. It feels like I'm getting into more, like... Let's see. This is actually the awesome video for 2-bedroom, 2-bath. Huh. Oh yeah, we would want a closet for things in the bathroom. Like, you'd want some space for, like, the spare toilet paper in here. I mean, I guess you could just pile it underneath this. Or you could, like, put it here or something like that. I don't know. No, I keep forgetting. You need the space for the door to open. So yeah, you just pile up all your spare toilet paper and cleaners here. Or underneath the kitchen counter or something like that. Are we fine with no windows at all on this side of the house? I guess so. Actually, and also, I guess, yeah, the window here is good. Because I was thinking about my own bedroom where I used to have my bed, like, right next to the window, and I didn't like it. Because, yeah, feng shui, it's bad. But yeah, there is a lot of actual, like, because feng shui is kind of like the mysticism / interior design. But there is actually a lot of merit to it of basically, like, having a feeling of security, not interrupting spaces. I want a house with an attic. So yeah, floor 1. I should probably have figured out the scale here, but I'll just wing it. So we'd have, like, our driveway coming into here, then there'd be a little garage. And I assume the garage would be big enough for one car, and then they'd have another car that's, like, parked. So then there's, like, the tooling and stuff. And then into whatever it would be, like our mudroom or whatever. So you'd probably actually have, like, I kind of think it makes sense. Have, like, a living room here. Hang on. There we are. I should always use Krita. Paint.net. The big disadvantage is the fact that I can't just, like, the fact that the eraser and the brush tool use the same size is awful. Actually, can I change that? Right, I'm gonna look in Paint.net different eraser tool, larger brush. I think this is not going to be... I think this is going to be spam. So, like, can we make it so brush size accepts decibels, pressure sensitivity, hardness, spacing? No, I don't think there's anything here. I would really like it to be bigger. Alt scroll wheel. Actually, is that... No, that doesn't exist. But okay. And I like... So perhaps we could have, like... What would we do for this? So how would the kitchen work? It's like, would we have it like here, and then you'd have like maybe the fridge is on this side of the door, and then you'd have the door, you know, the entrance from here into the house. And then I'm thinking a little island would make sense, and you'd have like a trash can, you'd have a stove, etc. Or, I guess... Where does the oven go? I think maybe we just want to make this kitchen larger. So that way we can have the oven here. Still have a full set of things. Still have this, and then we can have, like, no kitchen stools. I think they'd have a proper dining room. They would have a little table here, though, for more preparation. They're very practical. Probably a little half wall, like here, perhaps. So that way you can have a bit more room here. And then perhaps this way to the dining room? No, you wouldn't want to go through, like, the kitchen. I think living room. Or some sort of den. And then over on this side...
This bloody computer, I swear. How long are you going to keep fiddling around with that?
What am I listening to?
I've been here for a while. What?
I'm gonna... Let's go to another album. That one might be a bit too much. Okay. This one's only a couple minutes, but it'll be easier listening. Okay, so I think a bathroom here. Then the stairs going up. This will be, what, floor 1? And I think this could also be, like, smaller. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. This does not have the, like, right-click context menu that I'm used to in Krita. Yeah, the main downside is Krita is just so slow to start up. It takes, like, a minute. Because, you know, I get that it's doing more, but it should do more in the exact same amount of time. But okay, I'm gonna need to figure out what to do with this gigantic empty space. Or just make the gigantic empty space smaller, now that I think about it. And I'll figure that out. Because, yeah, we need a dining room in here. We need a living room. Probably some sort of back entrance. This is getting into a weird shaped house as well. Like, it's like plus sign shaped, which is kind of interesting. Though I may want to move this whole, the whole house to be like, you know, have the garage like here instead. Well, no, that wouldn't make any sense, because then you wouldn't be able to have like space in front of it for like the garage and like, you know, the front entrance of the house. And also, I think this house doesn't need much of a, in the way of like a porch, probably just a front step and the stairs down to it. And you have that in your like garbage can mailbox. Well, I mean, in real life, you don't really leave a garbage can out like that, but oh well. Actually, we'd probably have all of the mailboxes in the neighborhood in one common area, so I'll leave that for later. In fact, let's put that in here of, like, neighbor things. So, like, mailboxes, dumpster, power lines, lights. Yeah, I think instead of having, like, maybe they... What would they have for a dumpster? I think they would each have their own dumpsters. You know, I think this makes sense as the dining room, actually. And what if we had it stick out like this? So it's like... There's a shape, like there's a wall in here. So obviously... Kitchen, dining room. What would we want for a living room? I think having the door right here would be kind of a bad move. Because then you leave... Then there's a bunch of space that has to be reserved for, like, just the, like, little landing zone for the door. If we do it like this, though... Well, then the person's right next to the bathroom, so this spot isn't really useful. Unless we just move this up. To there. Then we could have, like, the chair here. You know, reclining. Have a table here. Have a couch. Probably... where would we put a couch? Because, yeah, we have to consider... There's going to be doors, like, here and here. But okay, this makes a lot more sense. And probably I could also still have... Well, there wouldn't actually be a door here. There'd just be a wall. Or, like, no wall. So actually, that makes this a more practical spot. Because then you don't have to consider, like, an open door. And you'd probably also want a closet here, so let's just put a closet here. Then you'd have like a back porch. Which again indicates that this would be a good... I think I should probably swap the bathroom and other things here. Have like... you know, something that's not like the main traffic throughway. So yeah, closet here. This house is also significantly larger than it was. But I think that's also just a problem of like the scale that I've chosen for this area. I think the whole house is actually going to be pretty compact. I think now it doesn't feel right to have like a dining room where you have to cross the living room to go to the bathroom. Well, I mean, it's going to be like, what, 12 feet wide. That's not that big a deal. I think this is enough for me to start working. And then I can figure out how I want to arrange the furniture in here. Well, actually, I'll put one more thing. So floor 2. And you know what? Let's be lazy. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to press enter every single time that I want to do this. And it's not that bad. I can actually just click elsewhere. Oh, interesting. These were kind of meant to be like... You know, it doesn't really make sense for these not to be connected, but I guess that's how I designed it. I could have made a worse house. Okay, and then for the house, or for the, like, stairs, we know that it's going to need to have stairs coming, like, this way. So we can have, like, this much of the stairs. Obviously, master bedroom right here. What do we want? Something here. And then we could do like this. Then probably just have like these two like be 2 rooms. You know, bedroom 1, bedroom 2. I'm thinking we have a little bathroom that's like... How would I want to connect the bathroom? Because now this doesn't actually have that much space. Because otherwise we have... Oh, I see what I could do here. Make this a closet. Actually, what if I just said, like, fuck it, and put a corner that's extending, like, beyond the bounds of the house above us? So that way we could have, like, a comfortably sized, like, half bath here. I mean, I guess we could just go down a floor and we could just use this for, like, extra storage. Like, have a little closet that's also here. And that is kind of an interesting design. Like, it adds some more, like, interest to the outline of the house. You know what? I'll do it. Well, I actually do think it's funnier to have just, like, a really weird... You know, yeah, you know what? There's just, like, part of the bathroom just extends over the rest of the house, I think. A very, like, minor joke. But yeah. This will be, like, bathroom, house, or other things. You know, who knows which way these doors are going to open. You know, and they'll probably be closer to the corners. And we probably need an extra bathroom. And then I don't know what else to do with the rest of this house, because we got a lot of space left. I'll figure it out eventually. I think it may be I just cut the whole house and move it all a little bit closer in. You know, so it's just a longer, weirder shape. I should play more of The Sims. Okay. Let's save this as a PNG, because I'm not going to be asked to, like, actually, like, build this from memory. House Weston 2. Okay. So let's add an image. Let's go actually back up to this. Reference, oh wait, yeah. Project concept art. House Weston and House Weston 2. I don't think it actually added those. Yeah, so we got floor 1. Reference House Weston. Nope. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Blender. Oh, and also... Ah, well. It's fine. I was about to complain about the fact that, undoing does not undo changes to the layout, but, ah, well. So let's size it so that this bathroom is slightly larger than than Wilson's bathroom. Bill Wilson. Which means that this house is actually several times larger than I've indicated here. I feel like I feel like something has gone awry with my scaling. Because yeah, basically this bathroom Oh, I see. I see. I'm accidentally mixing up the outer edge of the entire house. This is his bathroom. Okay. So we actually, if we scaled from like this corner, this is about the same width. And then, okay, that's about right. And that means that we are still a little bit larger, actually, than the house was, like, than the yard that we have allotted to us. But we can make it work. We'll just have to forego some of the backyard, or, like, make it like a side yard. Okay, goodbye to little Apollo's, slide. We got more important things to worry about, like Daddy's garage. Okay. Cube. Why is this, Huh? I clicked... Oh, does it just not collide with this? Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, I can just do like this, and I can grab each individual face. Okay, let's do 0. And then what is the appropriate height for a garage interior? Probably, let's start with 3 meters, which means that this garage is gigantic. I think I need a car as reference. What are the dimensions of a Ford F-150? Let's say a 2017. We'll make the Ford as reference. Okay, so... Thank you. L103. Okay, here we are. 6 foot 9.5 inches. No, 13 point... Okay. That is about 4 meters exactly, almost. They got short beds nowadays. This is a minivan with a freaking, like, 4-inch bed. Okay. Mesh, cube, SX3. So this is now 6 meters long. Wait, no. This isn't right. Wait, no. How much is the bed? No, the bed is less than half of the truck's like size. You know, so if this is a Ford F-150, and it wouldn't even have like extra hood stuff, it'd be like let's get this vertex out of here. This is what Ford F-150s will look like in 2026. But so apparently this feels like it's not right. Dimension, so it is 4 meters long. Okay, so we just have like a gigantic garage. Okay, so the garage can be like half the size that I've set for it. I think using this bathroom as reference was a poor choice, because the bathroom I think is just way too small for this house. And now everything else. Yeah, so let's scale proportionally to our Ford F-150 instead. Cursor to selected. Well, I mean, a garage can be a little bigger than that. Because it's gotta be big enough so that you can, like, get around the car. Okay, so this is like a one-car garage. How tall is a Ford? So inside height, length of floor. No, we don't need inside height. 6'3", so about 2 meters tall. So that means that this whole thing needs to be like half the height. Cursor to selected. No. I don't know what I just did. So this is... No. Okay, I see. Okay. Now we're getting a bit closer to like an accurate picture of this thing. And they're basically like flat, so they're like this. There we go. Now we're getting in a truck shape. The hood for killing pedestrians and deer. No, they don't need it like that. In fact, they go like this. There we go. This is a truck. This is a man's truck. This is what they drive. There we go. I mean, I guess I could also just make it substantially bigger, but it helps to start from a like point of realism, I'd say. So this thing's only 2 meters tall? It doesn't feel right. Like, cause this thing, wait, what? Oh, I see. Because I scaled it on all axes. I was like, why is it so short? There we go. Okay. Now we can do like you know, let's just duplicate the room. There we are. Do we actually need anything here? Not really. And here we just do this. So I think here we're going to need to make this bathroom and whole like assortment larger. And this will just be the exterior walls. I'll do the interior walls as a separate process. Okay. So that is that. And now let's also do the 0.5 E3. Wait, what? EZ 3.5. Oh, wait, no. 5. And then EZ3. There we are. And then we can figure out... it would be neat to have an attic, but now that I've already like set up all of this other stuff, it wouldn't make much sense, so I'm just not going to bother with an attic. Wait, how do we... We need to put all this stuff together. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Actually, I just realized, because these have separate doors and windows, it'd be better to have this as a separate thing. So that way we can have the floor as like its own thing here. Okay, so this is now going to be House Weston. And we're going to call this Solidify Complex 0.4. Why is there like, there's like no shading at all? Oh, I see. Who did that? Okay, and this one's gonna be, so this is gonna be car or truck collision. Something. No, floor 1 collision. Move that down here, move that down here. Actually, hang on. Get this stuff as like... I'm just going to put this here. Oh, and that means that I'd also need something here to make this all quads like that. Add modifier, solidify. Oh, wrong thing. Okay, 0.5. Okay. Now we have floors. Hopefully. Oh, I see. I mean, I don't... Oh, I see. 3.5 meters. Okay. So let's put in the door, at least. And then, like, similar thing here. Whatever. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back. Okay. In my rush to use the bathroom, I used the wrong signal, or indicator thing. Ah, well. Okay. SY. Oh yeah, I need to do median point. Let's have our thing here. And let's do also like a, I guess we can actually like join these. Let's have, I think I want this whole house to be like right on the, or this whole garage to be pretty close to the ground. And then it's like ever so slightly raised above it with, or no, this thing is ever so slightly off the ground, like. Oh, we can go a lot closer, actually. Hang on. This whole house should be... Yeah, because I was laying it out as if it was going to be like 3 times the size of what it is now. Oh, wait, I forgot. The roof should not be laid out here. Yeah, that shouldn't be there. And then this part of the house... Actually, let's just raise this as high as it can. And we'll just lower down like this to still be flush with the ground, and this to be like there. Okay. Admittedly, I came back right as I was going to be normally ending the stream, or I used the bathroom right as I was normally going to be ending the stream, so I'm kind of tempted to just call it, but maybe I'll do an extra 20 minutes. I'll make it 4 hours. But okay. Let's see, so now let's see how she feels. It's because now you basically walk into the house completely intruding on her inner space. Oh yeah, her husband will be sitting in his spot, which will be right here with no furniture, because he doesn't need it. He brings his own chairs. And let's also get some, like, placeholders, like this. And then siding 1. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need a different... Ooh, that'll be annoying. I'll need a different material for the interior of these walls. I guess I can just mark the... Hang on. I can literally just do that in the solidify modifier. Go to materials. Do the same thing for the old man's house. Boom. Now we have separate walls. Though the rim should also be... Actually, I don't know what to do with the rim. The rim doesn't really matter, because typically you would just have a separate object. Or like a separate, yeah, object for like the door frame or something. So, okay. Scale check. Let's see how this feels in the game. See, I like the old man's house. And having this ramp here is kind of weird, but I do kind of like it, because then it makes it so that this feels like the main entrance, and then you can choose to come up here or go through the gate to get his lemonade. And then this house, yeah, this is looking more like a house. It's not ADA accessible, though, so I'll have to knock points for that. So yeah, let's just put in the, like, stairs or whatever we'll have here. So this is going to be, like, this. And then maybe, for now, I'm just going to do this. Okay, so for this one, oh, walk up here. Oh yeah, there's something screwy with my physics there. Okay, so here I think we're gonna need a substantially larger, probably just use all three, or probably just use this entire wall, barring like a little tiny section. And here's Gatito. So yeah, because now this place feels small. I think actually this whole place needs to be a little bit bigger even. So I think we just get... Let's scale from right here. 3D cursor. Oh yeah, now we need to do... Yeah, try this again. Alright, we should also do probably location as well. So yeah, because now the house is so much smaller than it used to be that I don't think it makes sense to have like a... Dang, it's taken a long time. There we are. Okay, yeah, I think now it'll work. Just scaling it up that little bit was the X factor we needed. And this truck, perfect size. Can't see children in front of it for 6 miles. That's exactly what we're gonna need. And then would we have... I guess we'd just have it there. That'd be fine. And we can have another car parked in the driveway. But okay, let's also start getting in the interior walls then. Oh, right. Gonna be kind of a pain to actually get this working. Oh, well. Okay, so get me my... whatever this is. I think this is Weston floor 1. Let's scale from right here. About there. Yeah, that's about right. I think I'm also realizing here we need all of these walls to be the same dimensions. Okay. Okay, so this is going to be... Let's actually put this down to cursor to selected. Selection to cursor. Oh, wait. I see. Selection to cursor. There we go. Now this can be the wall interior. Solidify 0.3. Okay. So I think the closet should obviously be smaller. Why are these not the... Oh, right, because I didn't actually set them to the correct height. Which I guess is 2.8 something and not 3, which is interesting. Yeah, why is this so 3? Oh, I see. This should be 0. Yeah, okay. Cursor to selected, or yeah, cursor to selected, selection to cursor. $3.5. Oh, just 3, right? Okay. And then probably make this look a little bit better, like a little bit more flush. Say 2.4 is a good height for a door. So here there is no actual door, there is no spoon. In fact, do we even need... Oh yeah, I guess we do for the height here. Well, actually, I'm thinking like, remove these faces here. And just keep this like area open, like that. And that makes more sense. And for these ones, we'd basically decide how we feel about like doors. Oh. Why is this not working? There we go. Actually, I'd kind of prefer to have the closet like half. Because basically I'm imagining like doing this basically. Well, I don't actually need these 3. Or like any of these walls really. I just need this wall. So now you can see that there. Do we really need much here? I guess we need that, yeah. So yeah, and here now I can do whatever I want with this part of the bathroom. Probably like just more storage. Oh, a shower. That'd be exactly what you'd want here. They can have a bathtub and storage space and a toilet and all that other stuff that you need in a bathroom. Okay, and I'm thinking here. Oh, I see the issue. I need to be in solid mode, so that way I can see where the stairs are going to be. Because, yeah, we need the floor here for where it comes upward. And we need only about half of it, so right here, I'd say. Just chop the floor right there. Interesting. Oh, I was chopping into the wrong floor. There we are. What? Oh, I see. There we go. Yeah, so we'd have... Well, actually... Right here would probably be good enough. Yeah, and I want this part, so that way I can still have, like, a wall here. There we are. I'm gonna move that down. Okay. Mesh cube. Trying to make this relatively even, so that way I can make sure the stairs are relatively even. You know, I'm also realizing this can probably be a lot narrower. Like, a lot narrower. Let's see what feels right for the stairs first. Yeah, basically have this go up to, like, 0. Maybe a smidge down. Median point. What is half of 3.5? That would be 1.75? Yeah. What is the location of this? So this is X. Let's make this 0.5 exactly. Oh, wait, that's not the X. So we need Y. Oh, Y is exactly 1 meter. Oh, wait. That's because we haven't applied the scale yet. Okay. Make this 0.6. And then make this like 3.6. So that means that we are going 3 meters. I think this should be 2.6. No. I think 3.6 was reasonable. And then we do a similar thing here where we just do E3 1.75. How is that not correct? Basically, the top of this should be at 3.5. Okay, that's correct. So is this at 0? Like, it should be like connected correctly. Because like we look at this, So Z is 3.744, which makes sense because this is actually targeting the, like, its origin point is something else. But I guess what I can do is I can just make it, like, what I want it to be. Cursor to selected. Origin to cursor. And so that way, this floor should be at 0. It's not. Oh, interesting, because this floor is not actually correct. So, like, this floor here. It's like, this should be at 0. And so that way we bring all of this up to like there. I'll get the house all correct before I do much else. But okay, now we can do cursor to selected, center of mass to cursor, or no, to cursor. And then if we click this, now it should be 0. That's good. Now this is 3.5. That's good. Now this should be aligned with the floor. Okay, yes, now it's aligned. So now I can do this. There we go. Not sure how far it has to be back for it to be... Oh, wait. It's going to be way too low here now. I just realized. Because now we have to actually have, like, proper, like, walls here. Hang on. Yeah, this whole section now needs to not have... Yeah. The idea of having like a nice little bathroom area here is a total fantasy now. It was but a dream. Because yeah, we need that area completely free for the poor player to like watch their head. Nope. Actually, I can just move this whole thing back. So that way it intersects there, and then we move this thing back. That way it'll intersect there. In fact, move it like that. Perfect. And then I'll figure out like how I want to do the stairs properly soon. But this gives us the actual like layout of the house there. Oh. There we are. Move this right there. Look at this spacious kitchen. Or no, spacious bathroom. Now it's a little too spacious even. It feels a bit like improper. Well, I'll see how it feels when I have furnishings in it. But okay. Let's see how this feels, and then that should probably be it for today, since now I've been streaming 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, that issue with the, like, getting stuck into the geometry will be important to solve. Oh, right. Nothing has collision, or the stairs don't. And they don't have placeholder materials. Okay, stairs. And next up will be all of the, like, placeholder apartment stuff. Or no, all of the Apollo's stuff. I was getting mixed up with, like, placeholder materials and all the other things that we need. Here, let's do, like, tree material. No, that's gonna be terrible. Where's our concrete? That'll be good enough for now. Probably in the C's. There we are. If only I could click the things that I was aiming to click. Okay, asphalt maybe? Castle brick. That tells us much. Okay. Yeah, that stutter at the start of the game is very strange. Okay, and these stairs, reasonably sized. Nice little area. Means that the fall isn't, well, the fall here is pretty bad. You'd have to have a railing on this stair. But then, yeah, this is a decently sized bathroom. It doesn't feel too big. Though, admittedly, you wouldn't really have, like, the nice bathroom down here. So maybe I'll reorganize it. Or, like, change this room to something else. Dang, it gets dark. Oh yeah, let's see how the darkness is with the new... Because I changed how the lights were. I do like how blue it is now. I like how the sky is completely black, though. Or mostly black. You can see a little bit of the blue. The thing that I don't like is that weird circle below us. I don't know what that is. And the omega stuttering that's happening now. What's happening? Object was too far away. Which object is too far away? Hang on. What object is too far away? When is this happening? Render scene cull, set transform is finite. But what would be infinite? The sun? Like, the only things that... What would possibly be... Could it be something to do with these? Because I don't know anything that I do math on other than... them. What if it's, What if it's one of the NPCs? Because I know the doctor and the biker have, like, things. So let's make it so that they're not visible. No, that didn't help. Oh, wait, hang on. It did help. Okay, yes. It didn't help with the frame rate, but it did help with this. So there's Pathwalker here. Okay, so path follow dot progress delta, speed, reversed. So what is our path follow progress? That seems fine. So D equals T minus body dot position. That seems reasonable. Body dot slide move. Global basis. So let's check our body's position. Rolled object, physics object, node 3D, position, rotation, scale. Those all seem reasonable. Yeah, position, rotation, scale, that seems reasonable. So it is this guy. T and D self. Let's check self, so our transform. This does seem to be the issue, though. Because if we hide him again, and then we clear this, so it is, like, destroying the frame rate. But why? Because he's destroying the frame rate, his transform is infinite. But it's like, I don't think there's any... I don't see any issue, though. Like, if we do global transform. So yeah, can we do global transform here? Self? Who are we? Oh, we're the Pathwalker. Right, okay. Clear that one. So body, global transform, path, follow. Transform. There's the two things look like they make sense. I don't know why it thinks that something is infinite. Because we were already seeing issues with this thing where it said target vector was not 0. And now I'm wondering... Okay, it's because instant set transform there is there. So what is M? Okay, that's what it is. D is T minus body dot position, but T... Wait, but then why is that not... Hang on, evaluator. Body dot position. D. So D is fine. So, but here, let's just do if is nan m.x m.y. Actually, we can just do is nan m, I think. True if x is nan. Let's do... I guess let's just do m.length. Print debug nan velocity. Okay. So now we have a much more reasonable thing. So yeah, nan velocity. Coming from slide move, coming from update. Which doesn't make any sense because this shouldn't be... Let's do if is nan. I mean, first of all, let's just do... nan target. Return. Breakpoint and return. Because this doesn't seem like it should be nan at any point. Yeah, it's... What are we passing into it that's not correct? Because D is just a vector 3, and then if is nan body position. I think my main question is, why is this position and not global position? Is that on purpose? Nan body position. Okay, we're gonna try a few things here. Oh, is nan body position dot length. Okay. Let's try this again. So basically some weird stuff with him. The path followers are always jank, but that should like make it so that it raises a different error. That's fine. But I won't really look into it too closely there. But okay. This house is feeling more like a house. Once this is... Is this all going to be a kitchen? Oh, wait, no. Half of this is going to be turned into the dining room. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because this makes a good kitchen, and then you loop around the wall probably would be for the dining room. Well, I'll make a door. And then this area will be mostly open, I think. And this will be like a little, like, landing zone, mud splashing area. Tracking mud in without getting it on the carpet. Okay. I think this is a nice... Oh, I was going to stop... Oh, well, it was only 15 minutes ago. I didn't realize there's already 9. Yeah, some bugs to sort out. With the stuttering. With the player not quite getting into the ground. Aha. Interesting. So body. Position is 0. but I think it's being derived from the transform.origin. Object too far away. Units from origin. Okay, so this is a concern. The fact that he's being moved to some god unknown location. Oh, I see. Because he's being moved infinitely far away. That's the first bug. You know what? Let's fix this bug. So what I need... What is the... How do I unlock this door again? Door scanner lab entry. There we are. Let's do... player find item lab entry. Oh, player. Can I get an item by ID? Because otherwise I have to figure out where the lab entry is. Do I not have, like... Hang on. No, this isn't what I need. Where's Evil Eye? How do I get things from players? Wait. Okay, Linda should have a held item. The held item... She doesn't have the held item. Then how am I able to take a photo of a camera? Okay, can I do... So can we do, like, from... Okay, so we can just have, like... player.find item.new evil eye. I don't know. Hang on, let's just find item. So, like, let's do, like, find item from string, or, like, name, no, item, ID, string, description equals nothing, p, image, texture equals null, find item dot or new ID description image. Okay. Player dot find image from evil eye. Now I can actually, like, make it work. Or no, find item from. Okay, there we are. Now I should be able to enter this door. I can't enter the fucking door. And that's because if we go to my door scanner, check area. Oh, right, because we should have this, b dot has item. Allowed group. Okay. Okay. Okay, try this again. F11, F11. So what is our data here? We have camera and we have evil eye. Oh, wait, okay. It's because it's not, we don't need evil eye. We need lab entry. I mean, I did fix it, but... I can't believe it's been so long since I've actually, like, done, like, half the code here. Okay, now the door should open. There we go, there we go. And then we see what happens to this guy. Also, I should probably make the stairs a bit better. Who are you? Have you been following me? That face. The face of someone with an inquisitive mind and a camera. Okay, buddy. Oh. Function encode. Resource path on base nil. Oh, I see. If image, else. There we are. Remember. Okay, so now we can save and it doesn't crash. That's good. So now we need to see this guy move. Which I don't understand how it's like every single thing says he's completely fine. But then he just like is apparently like 10 quadrillion miles away. Okay, he should have been moving by now, I think. Hang on. What's happening? Right error, that's fine. Pathwalker. So, what is his schedule? We have 2 actions, 9... Okay. 9:45 is when he does it. So, if... I don't know how, like... Even the most basic character navigation is... Yeah, he's already completely fucked. I don't know how that happened. Like, there's literally no way that that's what's happening. Because we can literally see... Hang on. If we go to, like, our move and... So we can literally, like, do this. He's not even... Is he not even moving? If d.length greater than 3, then we translate. Otherwise, we do that. Okay. Okay, we don't need this anymore, because we know the bug happens before this. Why am I here? Why was that the position that I was saved at? Is it the stairs? Did the stairs break my collision? That seems very, very strange. Hang on. Is it that there's something wrong with the stairs? And like when the physics do something, it like freaks it out? What is happening? Hang on. How did I manage to break? What did I even break? How did I break saving the player's position? Okay. Was it because the save didn't work that one time? Okay. So we're going to need to see, so what is value? Value is x, y, z, o. So that's our basis and our origin is 0.3, 0.5, 0.1, or negative 0.1. That makes sense. That's a completely reasonable position to be in. And then we go to player evaluator, like global transform. And we see that we are at this position. And then what I'm going to do is when we do processing, so we are at this position, 0.3, 0.5, negative 0.1, completely reasonable position to be. 0.3, 0.5, negative 0.1. Okay, so we should have no velocity, no anything. Okay, and then when we do move and slide, let's see where we are now. 0.3, 0.5, negative 0.1. And we are in the correct position here. We have started the game in the correct position. Okay. So, is it the grass? Okay, so what's our global transform? Let's not clear the sun run. So now, 21, 5, or 0.55, 6.83. I think that makes sense. But we moved to the wrong place because... Are we rotated? Okay, let's see what our D is. So 26, so we're moving 26 meters. 61. This doesn't seem right. Our target position should be path follow, global position. Okay, I think this has to be global position. Because it's complete nonsense if it's not global position. So I think that's the issue there. But that doesn't explain why now the player's global... So when we save... Prepare save, player position, global transform. Global transform. Is the player rotated at all? I guess they are. I don't like that. So I'm gonna not have them rotated. I think what's happening is the player is being offset by an axis. Yeah. I think they're being rotated 90 degrees from the origin point. Which means that the origin point... Yeah. I think. Oh, we don't need that. Yeah, so I think now... What's our velocity? Okay, yes. Now we're getting reasonable now. Okay, good. The issue was exactly what I thought it was, which was to using the global transform. Because I thought that I had done that for some sort of reason, when in reality it was just complete nonsense. But okay, now he's fine. Now he doesn't do that. Basically, it was like no matter how far he was from his location, or no matter how close he was to his position, he never got closer. Because it was like moving the global transform by whatever it was. We should put cones on this side as well. I'll think on that. This is the fast travel route, though. But okay, so we have now fixed him. Now the question is, why the fuck have I started rotating around the origin point? Like, is it the player ref? Or is it, is everything rotated or something? Maybe that's what's happening? I think what I need to do, let's go back up to the world. Transform. No rotation there. I think it's just, like, getting encoded wrong, maybe? But how would it be getting encoded wrong? And why would it be suddenly, like, now that it's happening? Hang on. Let's go through all of the things that have changed. Okay, so we have these isnans. That's fine. And player has item allowed group. That's correct. Global position, that's a fix. Find new item, or find item from, that's correct. That's correct as well. So it happened after my transform. Or it happened after the save failed, and then I fixed it, and it saved again. Is that significant? Like, let's look at what's happening to my transform. You know, actually, I have a much better idea. What if I just don't save the players, like... Hang on, project settings. Make the game's version go up. So that way we delete the save. And we're just gonna do global transform origin. Or no, global position equals save load get set. And we'll do the same thing here of global position. I'm just not going to have that there. Oh, I'm realizing now. I don't think it actually encodes vectors, does it? When we encode var, transform 3D, vector. So we need now, I think, vectors here. Is vector 3. Okay, so I see here we get the transform XYZ. So is there anything here that would be incorrect? I don't think so. And then when we decode the var, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think that's fine. Okay, let's do if or elif vector 3 in val for return vector 3. Let's do var a equals so this is going to be array val vector 3 a0 a1 a2. So yeah, first of all, it should not like have us rotate at all, and this means that we start a new game. Yeah, we got all that stuff beautiful. Game didn't save or game didn't do whatever it did properly. Okay, let's get on the table, or on the chair, or something like that. Some memorable position. Yeah, we will be on the chair. And we have rotated. We are still being placed in the wrong position. How? How? How is this happening all of a sudden? Like, where it literally wasn't happening like 10 minutes before. So did something change with the scenes? I mean, a lot's changed with the scenes. There's been all sorts of stuff changed. I think the only thing that I can do with the player is, like, print the position that they are at, I think. So at some point, okay, so it's good. So it's not because we're loading at the wrong point. It's because something is happening to our location. But what is happening? So is it when we move? No, it happens between then and when we move. But then when would that happen? Why are we being moved? Who is moving us? Like, we aren't parented to anything, are we? No, we don't have any, like, location things. I need to figure out now what would be changing our position. I guess I can do, like, a function what, or function notifications what in void if what equals notification location or transform. So let's say if global position dot x not, or like greater than -47, print breakpoint. Let's try this and see what this leads us to, because I think this notification is in the stack. Okay. But this doesn't tell us where. This still doesn't give us, like, the stack trace. But what could be translating us in any direction? It has to be something to do with, like, a path mover or something. Okay, what if we delete every single thing from the scene except for the player and the, like, actual world? So is the player moved here? Let's bring back the day night, actually. Let's start simple. Okay. So it is not It is nothing except for, I don't know. I do see this, the target vector can't be 0 here. What if we removed day-night? Or what if we removed, like... Does this have anything to do with it? Is the player animated at all? Game world. Oh, I see. Because that has the function start day. So, like, for a day-night cycle. It doesn't... That doesn't seem like it would cause any issues. Unless it's something to do with... Let's put the player in an empty world. So, like, let's just create a new empty world. Oh, I see. This is over here. Thank you, Godot. I wonder if the player even works without the world. I haven't actually checked, or I haven't actually, like, tested it. Okay, player... Interesting that the player is here. I don't know. Oh, because it uses the bounding box, and the bounding box is based on God knows what. Also, I'm not sure why the sprite is invisible. Oh, I am sure, actually. Because we're emoting with the... whatever it is. Yeah, we're doing this one. Let's do... idle. Okay, so this is going to be our blank world. Hopefully the game... It's here! It's even in the blank world. Even in a blank world. How? Wait, what? Where am I? Huh? Why is it, like, moving me to a different Oh, I see. No, I don't see. I don't understand why the world looks different. Where am I? Oh, no, I do see. Okay. I was confused for a bit. Okay, and yeah, that's because... And that's greater than -47 because it's moving me to a different position because I was fixed. Like, that was a fixed position. But okay, so it's not just... Okay, and yeah, I was confused because the background is gray. I thought there was, like... I was, like, wondering why there was no sky. But yeah, I thought I was in the gray, like, end game room. Which looks very similar to this. But okay. So yeah, the big question on everybody's mind: why is the position changing? Who is changing my position? Because I think... So what if we don't start the time? So like day, night. When do we start this actually? Is it auto-started? Oh, I see. Well, what if we don't auto-start it? Does that fix it? And so I can see here, when I'm not loading the game, I'm not moved to the wrong place, but now if I load up, now if I do it, yeah, I'm in the wrong position. But it's like several frames after. Okay, and this is just causing issues. Or causing, like, unrelated errors. Let's fix this while we're here. Let's lock the player for 0.1 seconds. So I'm going to do player true await get free dot create timer 0.1 dot timeout locked movement equals false. Let's wait for 20 seconds. Okay, so we have been moved here. And then what I'm going to do is, yeah, so this is pointless. We don't need that. That doesn't fix anything. How? What is being added? Hang on. I'm going to delete the entire game. I'm going to delete this. And I'm just going to put, under the player, I'm going to put a CSG box. Okay, so it is something in the world causing issues. Does everybody slowly float upward without the world? What does this mean? Why are they going up? This is scary. Why are they going up? Am I going down? Why am I going down? How am I going down? What? But, what? How am I going down? What is moving me? Is this moving? CSG box? Oh, because I parented it to the player. Okay. I was like, everything's floating and that's scary. Okay. Okay, hang on. Things are broken. Player. Toggle, no clip. Nope. Let's just do if point global transform equals this, else global transform equals transform 3D. Okay, so we should be put in the center of the world, which should hopefully... Oh, that doesn't include us. Okay, hang on. Put this back, node, transform. Put that back to the center of the world, then move it such that it includes us. There we go. Now, when we do this, we stand here. Great. It's exactly as it should be. It works perfect. Godot's physics have never been better. All I need to test, all I wanted to test. I can't even see. Oh, I'm here. That explains why the physics are janky. Okay. I was like, the physics are just broken. Because I know before it used to be like long polygons would cause issues, but okay. I'm going to save next to the camera. No, okay. So something in the world is causing this issue. So is it... Wait, what the hell is this animation player? Are you fucking kidding me? This is what's causing it. This animation player. What even is... Oh, it's... Okay, it's the door. And instead of marking it as, like, invalid, it just was here. The whole time. Hang on. So... Blank world... Get diff player. Yeah. This is all fine. Okay, get diff UI. Git commit m debugging help. I hate this fucking games. I hate Godot so fucking much. The entire world was being rotated. That was the bug. The entire fucking world was being rotated. It wasn't me. It was everybody else. Okay. So now if we save there, and then we start the game. There we go. Oh my god. Oh, I see. And so the entire world was rotating, but because the entire world was rotating, only non-static bodies were actually having that effect. Oh, I don't have my camera. Right, that makes sense because I started a new game. Now it feels weird that I don't have like a nice little indicator for when you get an item. But okay. We have that. We have everything. That means that now we have all this stuff. I should also replay the game. Notice now that I've noticed that like a lot of things don't work anymore. But oh well. Let's just enjoy the game functioning for a few minutes. We can take some photos of like the spooky bridge. Or like the cemetery from the other side. And eventually there's going to be like a UFO over here and an alien. I'll have to make more forests. Because I want it to feel like you've like stumbled into something strange and mysterious. Oh. I think it should deactivate zoom when you fall into water. Let's just put that as a feature. Visual, like, bug. Or, like, zoom out when falling into water. Bug. Camera. Oh, wait, we have that up here. And then also, player gets stuck on stairs. I can't believe, like, so much stuff just wasn't working. Oh yeah, like, double check. The player can get items from NPCs. Yeah, I should add, like, the nice indicator for it. In fact, that'll be, like, one of my next things. That's, like, here. Make a clear UI for obtaining items, inventory. Let's get a selfie with the lady. As soon as I get out of here. Yeah, this seems to be the exact right height for me to get stuck horrendously. What exactly is that? Okay, that seems to be right at the edge of this, but I should have a sphere collider. So if we have this ground cast here that goes from here to here. I think maybe it needs to go a little bit less. What if it goes like point? So what is the sphere shape? 0.24? What if this goes 0.22 or something like that? No, that's going to be way too low. I think 0.4 is still correct there. What is our collision shape? Our radius is 0.25. And our ground cast. Actually, my question is, why is my ground cast starting from so low? Or why is my collision shape like this? Actually, why is this like out here? And YouTube killed my music. Yeah, it seems to be right under. Oh, how did I get here? Wasn't I stuck right here? Okay, so we're building up velocity. We're not colliding with anything. Why is our velocity not, why is our velocity going down so much? Like, you would think we would be, like, our velocity should be 0 here, not, like, hang on. Or, like, a cast. Let's check these casts. So n equals get collision normal. So let's say when we update ground contact. So ground equals ground cast get collider 0. N equals this. So no collider on ground. I think we should do like a velocity equals velocity slide n. Like, let's just test that. Okay, that wasn't the issue. So if ground is stairs, and update ground contacts. Okay, we already do that. Oh wait, we should just hang on. That. Gravity equals gravity slide. Velocity equals velocity slide. Okay, so what is our ground normal here? Ground normal is no y component. So yeah, our velocity isn't being changed at all. Which begs the question as to why... Why is this not happening? So, like, backup normal dot y equals this dot y. Oh. Okay, so they're both not... Neither of them are colliding with the ground. Hang on. We need visible collision japes for this. I don't know what the hell's going on. Okay, so we can see there's the little spheres, or those red spheres for, like, the ground colliding with us. And then here, we can see, for some reason, neither of the spheres... Oh, I see, I see. This does need to come from the center of the sphere, because actually, what's happening is, it starts from here, which means that it's already, like, halfway through. So we need to do... Okay, so we need to actually have this at the same collision. So what's this? 1.22? We need both of these to start from that transform. Or 0.122. Yes, okay. That was the bug. And now what we need is to push these... So let's see, hang on. We need correction update desired floor height ground cast dot position dot y. So ground cast get collision point dot y minus so ground cast get collision point dot y minus ground cast at global position dot y. Is that correct? Why is this not correct anymore? Oh, right. Desired floor height is now foot marker. So this should be plus ground cast dot position y. Or minus. There we are. Okay. And now we can go up and down stairs. A-okay. We don't get hooked on anything, because basically what was happening was there was some jank with, at a very particular location, it was like, the ground was behind the sphere that was representing, like, casting through to find the ground. So then it would, like, push the sphere downward even more, I think, or something like that. Or it would just mess up the collision detection. But okay. And now what we do is turn this back off. because I want to play a little bit more to make sure that this actually fixes the issue. Oh, yeah, that stuttering is horrific. I really hope that there's going to be like some sort of identifiable error for that. I think it's shader compilation, but I don't know how to fix that, except for just having the camera like at the very tippy top of the world for a brief few frames and then like load back in. Because I could do that. I could just have it like show you the entire world, do like a cycle of, do even like an entire day-night cycle, and like pretend it's loading something when in reality it's just like handling Godot's awful shader compilation. But yeah, eventually they need to make a game engine that can like compile the shaders that are used in the game. Like, especially when I'm using like 5 materials. I think that's one of the big reasons that I'm still considering making my own game engine, is just the fact that, like, nowadays, so many engines just cannot handle materials. Like, one, it's very easy to accidentally create custom materials, like in Godot, for example. Almost every single thing, I just want, like, a diffuse shading on with a texture. But if I create a new material, then I have to go through like 35 checkboxes unchecking things. And if I forget one, that's a new material and a new shader. And so it'd be much easier if I just had to like handwrite every shader that I use. And then it's like, okay, here's the 5 shaders that are used in the game. Of course, the problem is there's so many other like problems that come with making your own engine, because then I wouldn't be able to like visualize the collision shapes, for example. I'd have to write that myself. I'd have to do a billion things myself. I don't know. Someday it could be worth it. Yeah, I think some of the next steps are to make the sun have a nice corona around it. Get the backyards in. Get the layout for this house. I think I'd like the garage to be a bit more off-center, so that way the truck... Well, I think it is kind of funny if the truck takes up so much space in the area. Okay. I should call it a day. I'm glad that I was motivated. But I should be, also going to bed at well, I was going to go to bed at like 2 a.m. anyway, so who cares? Fixed... Oh, wait, no. Check that off the list first. Fixed the player getting stuck on stuff. Beautiful. Okay. Now it's the end of the game. I will be back on Wednesday with more At the Ends of Eras. I think I'll alternate between these two, I guess just every other stream, because I do want to get Kitty Found a Camera done, but I'd also like to keep working on At the Ends of Eras consistently. But okay, I'll be back on Wednesday. See you then.